bit of a delay. There we go. It's coming up now. Alright, so again, what I was saying is that we're going to be starting a new project. So we're going to start with some Flickr work. I want to set up a do something real quick here. While we're waiting on everybody, pull that. I'm just setting up. We'll be ready to rock and roll here in just a second. And we'll get started. All right. I'm just inserting something here. Just setting this up. Okay. All right. So, hello everybody. Basically, what we're going to start working on tonight is a new project. It's going to be a coloring book project. We haven't really started working on it yet. I have, you know, like a general basis of where I'm going to go with it, but we haven't really started any actual work, so there are no like visuals to start with, so this is going to be from scratch. I'm going to start working in my graphic scale, which is a pixel art program, and we're going to do a Giddy giveaway tonight, and then we're going to move towards a that we'll move into as we work and progress on this project. We'll move into Photoshop or maybe GIMP, depending on what I feel I'm the most comfortable with. I haven't worked with either one of them for a while, so just I'll open them one or two up and see how comfortable I feel with it. And we may get to that tonight in the in GIMP or Photoshop, but I don't know. What we're going to start with is it's going to be a coloring / activity book. As it progresses, it will tie into a future project that we have coming, and there's a couple reveals. So what I'm looking for at the moment is a palette, which I haven't. Here we go. So I set up my color palettes sometimes in various ways, and I have trees of color palettes, and I've got a number of files open here that I'm working from. Okay, so first things first, the coloring book's going to be an activity book. So one of the big activities that we will have is a paint by number setup, and basically what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to go with 16s on this. I don't know for sure. I'm going to create the basis of a paint by number in pixel art, and then I will attach and I will format it later and put it in a like centralized in a page. So what we're going to start with is we're just going to do Flicker's face. We're going to break it down into pixel art, and I'm just getting my files set up here for it, which shouldn't take me but another few seconds, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll on it. So it's been a little bit since I streamed. I had vacation. I was gone for a while, and now we're back. And last week I was going to stream on Thursday, but we had some technical difficulties. I, for whatever reason, was having a heck of a time getting my actual stream to work properly. Like, my setup was not functioning, and I hadn't changed anything, so I wasn't really sure what was going on with that, but it appears to be working fine now, so we should be able to get some real work done. Okay, so anybody that's watching the stream, if you want to be entered into a competition, just a simple competition, a lot of the time on my stream we do a Giddy giveaway, and what a Giddy is are these little and what we will do is we will take and just setting up my palettes here. We will do anybody who says get some in the chat, I will enter them into a competition. I will do a drawing later, and we will see who wins that. I'll just use a random selector software, and I'll put all the names in, and whatever name comes out, we will do a drawing that way, and whoever wins that will have the opportunity to become a Giddy, and I will create it on the stream. We basically make a sprite rendition of you, and then we animate it in whatever way you see fit, if that's what you want. So thank you. I see some people are already doing it. Okay, so I'm getting my list of names here. I see if anybody, if I don't call you out, I got B-Beans here. If I don't call you out, let me know, and just say it again until I make note of your name. So and we'll probably do that giveaway here in maybe an hour or so. We'll wait a little bit and make sure that it's people have had time to enter, so before we start on that. Okay, so I've got my colors here in the corner, and I've set up a 320 by 320, which is really large for pixel art, but I'm going to be using the actual like square grid, and I think I've got it set up right now in a 16 by 16, but I will probably break an 8 by 8. I haven't really decided how I want to do it yet as far as the size. Let me think real quick. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I need about 20, which gives me plenty of space in here. If I do, that would be 10. If I do 16s, that gives me 20, and I need 20, so well, I think I'll just use the whole page. Okay, so basically what we're doing now is I'm just going to pixel something in, but I'm making it like really big. And I'm working from a much larger than usual setup, so we'll see how it turns out, and then I'll be able to translate it to numbers in a little bit. After I've colored it, I'll set up a key. So what I'm doing is I'm creating Flicker's face. And like I said, I'm going to do a paint by number on it. We put one of the little activities in the book. So we're starting with. So I think I'm just going to start with the whole face, really. Can really do the whole thing and block it out. And just kind of create him. Will be I will be changing out the colors for the number that I have, essentially. So just setting up the shapes here. I'm going to bring this over just a bit. So I usually don't need quite so much. I'm going to work on my palette here some. Oops, that's too much. I need this darker, but not on a high ramp, so. There we go. Yeah, that might do it. So, I'm just gonna start doing some light shading here and frame out his head and the roundness of his face. I need a yellow now. I think I'm off by one on his, yeah. So, I don't know, we'll see where we're at with this. There we go. Oh, dun dun dun. Okay, so we're starting to work on the eyes. Flicker has really big eyes for the shape of his head. I'll need a red color. That looks right. We'll go with that. Same black. And then we come over here, do the other eye. And two mistakes at the same time. It's not something you do very often. Well, maybe you do, but oh, Okay. Starting to make some progress here. And I may have to change my shade colors a little bit. But I really don't need shade colors for what I'm doing, so force a habit, I guess. So, this is the first piece of a paint by number that we will be making. And we're going to make sure that it... Did we not go high enough? We did, but we're good. We need to make this... That's what the problem is. Bring this up. We'll go with the darker red. Well, basically just making a character here. It's nothing unusual by any means for what we typically do. The only difference is that we're making it much larger than we usually would. Okay, so now the part that gets fun is we have to take a color bit out for each segment, and then we get to label those. I don't know that we really need the darker red, but we'll keep it in. Okay, and then we label these with a number. So we'll save this before we change it. Set up the files here. We're gonna do a couple of these like this for a page. We may actually do like a full body setup, but I wanted to start with this and get the full number effect. Okay, so we want find that happy spot. '18 is probably good. Definitely bold. We want it centered as much as possible. But there we go. Okay. So we'll do that and do we'll actually probably spread the colors out some. So we'll switch them around. We'll do, this will be 2. And this will be 3. This will be 4. this would be 5. I gotta make sure that I'm on the right color now. Six, 7, and the black would be 8. So we'll do it in white so that we can see it. Oops. Okay, so there's my color grid for the first setup. And Flickr doesn't really have a whole lot of colors on him aside from those. So if we decided to go with a bigger setup, and we'll just go ahead and I'm going to set these so it's easy for me to do them all. So we'll go like this. Actually need where is my here we go. So basically what I'm doing at the moment, I'm setting it for transparency, and the reason I've changed that purple, which may look pretty wonky, the reason I've done that is because it's a really easy to detect, like it's really easy to detect color, that I can look at. What I need to do is take that off and position these really well. Okay, so now I can just copy this for every purple there is, and I'll take out the purple then, and I'll be left with just some colored grids. So, and again, this is going to go on a much larger page, and this is just the beginning of the sprite, but this is the setup for the way we're going to do the color by number. So just like that. And then we do we can do this original one, and make sure we get it positioned right, and then we can just copy the whole thing. This one might take a little bit longer. Whoa. Okay. Yep. Got you, Steven. So. We're gonna see how far this takes us. Got several things we're gonna work on here for it. So. So okay, so I think we got all those. Take this off, and then we can just remove all of that. So we'll continue on the way we have been. Move on to color, which is going to be 5, and then again we're just going to use this as the setup for it. We still have to like apply it to another page, which the page itself is going to have more on it than this, but this is the activity on the page. So again, this is going to be oriented towards younger children. It's a coloring book, but it'll have activities. So and it kind of tells a story as it goes. Coming together still. Got most of it down. Just making sure everything's set up properly. So, okay, that one's done now. We can take that out. Okay, then we need 7. Whoops. So Takes a little while to get this done, but and you lose detail as you go along, so it kind of gets a little bit harder to tell exactly what's going on there. Essentially, this is part of an activity, so you have to like put the other pieces in the page with it. Okay, that one's done. All right, so now we do 2. Okay. So work on this for a while. Get the colors all right. See how it looks. We take the reds. We can do six. Six won't take too long to do. There's not very much of it. And then we'll have the really quick one. Let's see. That one's done now. Oops. Did we forget to? Yep. Okay, and then we got one color left. Really fast. Take it out. Alright, so the only thing we forgot to do was forgot to give a color to oh, we forgot to do 3. That's the number that we were missing. All right. Too high. All right. So this is the first McNugnuts. Let me put you in the random thing picker. Alright, so the first of our color by numbers is there. I don't know. It's kind of fun to play with and look at. You can see some of the shape is there when you back up. It's interesting. Never done one of these before, so. Alright, and the next step would be putting him on a page. Alright, so some of what I'm doing is designing page layouts. So I think I gotta go with no. Let's see if wow. Okay, so the general thing here is to give him center stage on the layout of the page. Now, this isn't going to be the completed version of the page. This is going to be a like a mock-up of how the page is going to work, and then I'll plug this setup in when I go into the Photoshop portion and complete the rest of this. So what we're doing here is creating an easy way. Just figuring out the layout that I want to go with. Okay. So now the next, so we want to do this sort of we'll take that. I'll probably have to thin the numbers down because they're really large. That's okay. So hang on. We'll be doing the drawing at a point here within an hour, a few hours, and the winner of that drawing will be selected for a giddy, and then we will be able to create a new giddy, which is always one of the best parts of the night. And the giddy will be, and it takes some time, but is always fun, the challenge. So and again, this is just the key. We'll use this reference to create the actual page. The theme of the book is going to be really interesting. We're going to be working on a concept based in numbers. Okay. So the drawing will be at 10 Eastern time, which is a couple hours. Right? 7, 8, yeah, 2 hours from now. 2 hours and about 10 minutes. All right. So, our next step is setting up. Okay, and then this is gonna have to be down to like 8s. I have a cramp in my foot. Oh, that is just awful. Okay, make this a little. We're gonna make this quite a bit bigger. It needs to be square. His dimensions will be odd. 512 by 512. That's doable. Okay, so now let's repair what we've done. We made it kind of ultra thick in places. And we want to thin it out some. Yeah, like that. Maybe not the bold. Yeah, we need the bold. We can take this and run with it. Thanks. Oh, you're installing Windows 10? Nice. I've been thinking about putting it on and experimenting with that. I've been kind of afraid to. I got a laptop that I'm thinking about burning. I don't use it that much these days. It's not a very good system. Like, it's gotten to the point where it's just kind of clunky and doesn't do much for me. So I was thinking about setting it up with Windows 10 and seeing how it turned out. Because that would be fun. I'm not a huge fan of Windows 8, although I haven't really given myself enough time. You like it? What's good about it? Is it just better in general than the... I mean, I never even looked at, like, well, 9 wasn't really much to speak of, but 8 I'm not like a massive fan of. That's an interesting way of selling something to somebody. So what I don't like about Windows 8 is that a lot of the ease of use that has been existent in like all of the operating systems from Windows from the beginning, they changed a lot of like the standard stuff that's been around forever, and I haven't taken the time to learn where they've hidden all of this setup at. So it doesn't feel like it's as easy to use. It feels like, well, this used to be incredibly easy to do, and now I can't do that. So that's one of the reasons I haven't really been fond of it. I run into problems with it when I'm trying to do something and it's not done the same way it used to be. So I have to like go and look and figure out how to do it. And time is something that's really big for me. I'm always pushing to save as much time as possible. Yeah, well, I think that 8 was meant to be, I mean, obviously Windows 8 was designed for touchscreen computers, you know, like laptops with touchscreens, mobile devices with touchscreens. That was the intended use. But then, you know, everybody ended up with it, so it got a little convoluted along the way. And I think that really to be happy with 8, you would be a power user and basically just, sink the time to really learn how the system works. Like, I don't have a really big problem with it. I'm used to the aesthetics now. I know where most things are. I have a hard time with some of the new key bindings work, but I still run into problems with like windows will disappear, and I have to figure out how to get them back on the screen, which I'm not used to doing. So what we're doing now is we're just up because I made kind of a mess with a particular setup. And my numbers were a little too big. They're taking up the full box, and the boxes are a little too fat. Took me a while to get OS to work correctly on here, but I have to give it that up to... Yeah, that's kind of what I do with Windows 8. Is just hit the Windows key or whatever. Type in what I want. My problem is like when I click on that, and if I'm not paying attention and I just grab one, if I'm looking for something, and then it auto opens page up and tries to run me to the website. Yeah, that's a pain. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm thinking about switching a laptop that I've got for a while over. So we'll see. I mean, I'm not against any operating system. I just haven't really looked at it closely to see if it looks like it would be a sizable improvement. I would definitely be interested. With you talking like it's a really nice change, that's pretty encouraging. So yeah, that's the only reason I'm thinking about doing it too. I don't usually switch to a new operating system until they've had time to work out the bugs, because there are usually a lot of those and it's all cleaned up. So yeah, I typically don't I don't jump on the new setup right away either. So yep, gonna do a giveaway at 10 o'clock. Alright, so we're basically just cleaning up our color by number. Made kind of a mess. I've got the layout done now, figured out on the page. I've got text to put in at the bottom. I haven't really decided what I think is the best sort of text to use on a coloring book. The page itself is going to be at 8.5 by 11, but I haven't decided. I've been doing some research on digital to print and trying to figure out what I think is the best PPI to set up at, and I don't know, those are things I still have to get figured out. I've got to do some research and figure out what the best setup is, because if you don't go, I mean, these boxes are okay that they're squared, because is that you entering into the giveaway? Because I'll put you in there. You said you were taken off, so we'll just see if you're still around or not. I like it. It's a lot of fun to do the giveaway. People get Sprite made. Become a giddy. I think I need to fill in that box behind him black, don't I? It's kind of hard to make them out. So I would like just take a picture reference of you. It could be something off Facebook or something. And then I just make a giddy in your resemblance, and then we spend some time animating it to do something customized for you. Basically those little things down there that are animated in, those are all people from previous before. It's a really cool thing that we do. Alright. Obviously, like thinning the numbers out and making it all like cleaner. It'll be a lot nicer when it's finished. So yeah, my brother was telling me that he put, I think he put Linux, might have been Ubuntu. I don't remember what he put on there for sure exactly, on a laptop that he had for a working purpose. He was thinking about like using that Windows key for something, but then he didn't realize that it didn't have an actual Windows key on the, like it was on the software. He would have had to like pull it before he changed it, and he didn't do that, so he lost his Windows key that way. He was just telling me that today, which is kind of funny, in a crappy sort of way funny. Alright, where are we at here with everything? Okay, so we're making good progress. And you know, this is going to be a color by number. The book is themed around like telling a story, but also a story with activities, and it's a coloring book for children, but it's also like an educational tool, because it's going to have like language translation stuff in it to give kids an insight into the way that different words look in different languages and the way they're spelled. So overall, we're looking at a nice little adventure here. Okay, so we got to do sevens now. No big deal. Yeah, I just haven't taken the time to do it at this point. I was really thinking about switching over with my laptop. I don't know. It doesn't run very well in Windows. I have to constantly, you know, like work on it. It's a Windows 7. I've had it for quite a while, and it's really incredibly slow these days. I don't know if that's because the operating system has degraded over time, or if it's just the operating system's changed enough since the beginning. There, we got another one. Poker Germs. Alright. Adding you to the random thing giveaway. There we go. Making sure everybody's got their names in. And if I don't say your name out, like I just did with Poker Germs, if I don't like notice that, just hit me up again. Say it again until I, you know, call it out and notice it. So 2. Whoa. Because it's just likely that I just didn't notice the first time it rolled through, because I get focused sometimes and forget. So. All right. And again, the plan is that I'm cleaning up a paint by number or color by number for an activity coloring book. This is a new project we've started on. It's going to coincide with another project that we're working on. That to be announced, I suppose, would be the way to put that. So we're always working on something. Got something in the works. It's just a matter of when. Oh man, we've been having like 110 like heat index days around here. It's always nice. I'd rather it be hot than cold. Especially when you're talking about the extremes. So, I'm not a fan of the cold. I don't ever talk about moving north in the summer, but I talk about moving south in the winter. Yeah. See, I don't know. I kind of look at it the other way around. Because, like, you can always, take clothes off, but if you didn't bring clothes to be, that could be a problem. When it starts getting cold. I don't know. I'm just not a fan. I've always hated it and grew up pretty poor. We had to burn wood for our heat in the winter. We didn't have any gas for a very long time when I was young. So we cut wood and we burned it in a wood furnace. And if we'd run out of wood, we'd have to go out in the cold and cut trees to get wood to burn. So I've liked standing out in the cold. When I was little, while my dad would cut wood. And we'd load it up in the truck. Lots of times being really cold. Never enjoyed that. I never remember anything like that traumatic in the summer. I don't even remember it being uncomfortable in the summer when I was little. Now that it's like that I'm an adult, I have days where I'm like, oh, it's so hot. Ugh, it's sticky, and I complain. But as a kid, I don't ever remember it being so hot that I was uncomfortable or unhappy. So. Yeah, that's where I'm from, is Illinois. So Yep. Yeah, we get like, there are times like the wind chill here can be, -30 a lot of the time in the winter. It can get pretty bad. Um, Illinois has these like weird extremes. Like, I was in California not too long ago, a couple weeks back, went on vacation, and it was like 98 at one point in time, and I remember thinking, "Wow," because it was 98 degrees, and it felt comfortable, like, warm sun on my skin. It was nice. And then I came back home, like 3 days later, I was back home, and it was 80 degrees here outside my house in the yard. It was 80 degrees, but I couldn't breathe because it was so humid that it felt like I was smothering to death being outside. It was just miserable. And it's weird how the heat does that. And when I was in high school, my senior year of high school, I spent a while living in Washington, just north of Seattle, like actually right on the border to Canada. I spent quite a bit of time in Vancouver area, and it was it was winter time, and it would rain and snow like every day, but it never felt like cold. It just felt, it was wet, but I never felt like I was freezing. It was never cold like it gets here. And here, the cold, like there are these days where it gets so cold that the wind just bites right through your clothes, and it gets to your skin, and it just hurts to have the wind touch you. It hurts to have the air on your open skin. It just stings. Oops. So, yeah, I don't know. My take on the weather is winter, no good. Summertime, I'm good with the summer. I can take it being hot. I have a hard time when I get frustrated with my garden. I'll get a really good garden going or something for a year, and the summer heat will roll in and just murder it. But what you gonna do? This year we've had so much rain. My biggest struggle has been uh, keeping my yard mowed because it rains so much that my mower won't hardly even keep up with the grass because it grows so fast. And then it gets where it's like it's so tall, but it's also still so wet from it raining that my mower just dies trying to cut through it all. And I have to I can't even bag the grass. I just have to let it lay on the ground a lot of the time because I can't cut it well enough to just get through it. So yeah, you can see it's looking a lot cleaner now. We need to start a 6. I haven't done a 6 yet. Summer is fantastic. I I like the summertime a lot. I like spring and fall a lot. I like the seasons aside from winter. Like every one of them I have a strong affection for. Winter time, I don't get to enjoy the outdoors so much because everything is so like dead and cold and be outside in the winter for me. So, I just don't like it. Yeah, I know. And that's great. I've 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 been around to places in different times of the year, and I'm always surprised by just how crappy it can feel right here at home, which is really interesting. Like, I don't know. I feel like everywhere else gets such temperate, like moderate weather that's just manageable and reasonable. You know, like it can get really hot in other places, but it's not, like you're gonna smother to death sort of hot most of the time. And in Illinois, we have like a full like month of it's so hot the roads are like, the roads are goo. Like you drive down the road and tar is like sticking to your car everywhere, and it's so humid you can't breathe and your clothes stick to you. And then winter comes around and it's 30 below with blizzards and ice. Nah, I hate wintertime. But yeah, Illinois just feels kind of weird like that. Like, oh, we're right in the middle and the jet stream rolls right across us in kind of a funny way. So we get this weird like mix of extremes. Instead of it being like, relatively within this one range, it swings really heavily back and forth. Which just seems to take all the fun out of seasons for some people. Which I can handle the heat though. The heat's not as bad as the cold in my opinion. But again, I'm biased. We also didn't have like we lived on a place out in a very rural place that my dad set up, kind of did it all the work, and he didn't ever really know what he was doing exactly. Not at any sort of I am personally. So yeah. So we didn't have like water hookups for our house for, well, I was a grown man before they had water, like actual water lines run out to like where we lived. So we had what we did was we had a setup where we built like a reservoir and a large tank, and then we would haul water from town. We'd bring it in. So we'd have to go out. We'd have to go to town like once or twice a week, depending on how much water we were using, to take care of everything. And in the winter time, the summertime, that's fine. You just have to drive, and then you go hook up the water. You actually enjoy the water because it's kind of wet playing around with it while you're setting everything up. But in the winter, you have to drive on bad roads because there's snow and ice, and then yeah, similar weather. Yeah, that's been up there, Wisconsin. In the the winter time, you got the bad roads that you got to deal with, and your water freezes on you. So, you may get home with all your water that you need, but then your pipes are frozen, or your valve on your tank is frozen, and you gotta like thaw it out before you can even get water in your house. That sort of stuff. So yeah, I got a lot of complaints about winter from when I was a kid. I was never fond of it. Just absolutely hated it. Alright, making progress. We're about halfway done with the big boy here. Oops. I think we can do it this way and it won't hurt anything. Yeah, that worked out. Okay, so like I said, we're making some good progress. We've got some more. I'm going to have to plug a 3 here in a second. No, I don't need a 3 now. I need, what was the other one I need? No, I think I've got all my numbers on the page now. I just have to keep them lined up properly. Alright, so again, we're going to do a giveaway of a Giddy at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 9 p.m. Central, which is where I am. What we will be doing is creating a Giddy, which is one of these little animated figures you see in the Giddy box on the screen. So if you are interested in becoming, you say get some in the chat, I will enter you in the drawing. If you win, I will take a personalized picture of you. I'll take a picture from like your Facebook, and I will create a Giddy in your likeness, and then we will animate it, and we'll do that on stream so everybody can watch and participate and enjoy. It's a lot of fun. I haven't created one yet that people didn't enjoy watching. It's been a really exciting part of the stream when I'm working on it. So one night, it's been probably a month ago now, we did a triple Giddy in one night, which was a lot of fun. Kind of exhausting by the time I was done, to be honest, but it was a good time. All right. And as noted, we are making good progress on this. What we're doing is working on a coloring book, an activity coloring book, and this will eventually be a color by number. I started out by pixeling a very large sprite, and then I gridded it out and I gave number allocations to the various colors. The problem was when I grew it to a larger size, it made a kind of a mess of it. So I am working on cleaning that up now, which, you know, it's gonna look really nice when it's done. The coloring book is themed around an upcoming project that we have not unveiled that we'll be working on, a game project. For anyone who is interested in the games portion of the Get Some endeavor, we work on free-to-play games. Whoops, what have I done? Made a mess. Okay. We work on free-to-play games. You can play them on the Get Some website. You just go to getsome.com and you can play those games. There's a bunch of them on there now. We're up to, not quite sure how many we're up to as of this moment that are on the website. Quite a few of them are ongoing efforts. We're doing edits and working on them. Basically just like stretching our creative muscles in that arena and like practicing a lot. We've been working on a much bigger project over time, slowly, that's gonna, yeah, it is a color by number. It's gonna become we got a bigger project coming that I hope to get back to sometime, like to be able to focus on it fully sometime in the next year, where we can like pull a full team and like focus on it without many distractions so that we can finish it up. But in the meantime, we've been practicing a lot of game design efforts and doing a lot of different stuff, making a large variety of different games. I have to thin this. So there's a variety of stuff there. If you're interested in playing them, check them out. Getsome.com. We've got some, you know, some infinite runners, infinite jumpers. We've got some sports-oriented games. We've got a shark game, and we've got kind of a Western style, like whack-a-mole sort of game, but with squirt guns. I really enjoy that one, although it needs more, like more depth to it. It needs more content at some point to make it like a lot more, because for me at least, I've gotten to the point that I've played it enough times. I feel like we need to take some time and like flesh that game and make it bigger, make it thicker, more to it, more meat. It's a lot of fun still. I enjoy working on those. And we just recently spent quite a bit of time working on a racing game called Get Kart, and anybody that was here for my last like full stream got a chance to play that game. We haven't officially released it yet, but we are still working on like fleshing it out, adding more content, building that game out. Yep. So we do lots of stuff. We try to keep everybody involved in the stream. So got lots of little things that we're always doing. The giddies are in one of our games. So if you become a giddy, when you see Get Kart released fully, you will get a chance to see yourself in action in that game. Although there are some ideas floating around about like a giddy specific game in which all those little giddies would find themselves in. Other ways they'll be found, like other projects that they'll float their way up to the surface in. I think I've got a nice, and I botched it. So lots of stuff in the works, lots and lots of stuff. Yeah, it's a big giveaway. We're gonna see. I've got how many people do I have entered so far? Looks like 4 or 5. So we got some people in this. This is a color by number. Yeah, that's what it is. But I kind of made a mess of it. I made my numbers way too big, and when I blew it up, I had to shrink the numbers and clean it. When I made it fit the page that I wanted to the page. So we're cleaning it up, and when it's cleaned up the rest of the way, then we can look at what other content's going to go on the page. And obviously it's not going to, this isn't going to be the finalized version of the page, because I'm working on what is this? I'm working on a 612 by 792 pixel page, and I'm looking at probably having most of the book done in what is the, I'm trying to think of, the website. If you're talking about Get Some, it needs a lot of in places. The website also is a work in progress. It just kind of needs, we're planning on launching fully like at some point next year. I think we're currently slated for at the beginning of the year, but I'm not sure where we're going to be when that time comes. So nothing is set in stone there. Okay, I need a 4. And we haven't really had anybody like really working on the website in a while, so there are going to be problems there that need fixed. We're working on those. We do a little bit of work on stuff when we have time, so we'll put it all together. Okay, so the website is, if you go to the Let's Play portion of the website, you can play games. And so like the games their games are all free to play if you're logged into the website. If you have a registered member and like a membership and you log in, the game will automatically like track your score, and when you finish the game, it will save your score into the leaderboard system for that that member that you're logged in as. And eventually, like that's the framework for what is coming. And what is coming is essentially eventually you will be able to play, and you'll be able to earn points by playing the games, and you'll be able to compete with other people on the leaderboards. There'll be contests, and you can even eventually there'll be some like you can issue challenges to people and bet the points that you earn by playing. You earn what we call get coins, and you can bet your get coins against somebody else for high score competition on a game, and then whoever has the high score will win that, and then they get the coins that were bet. So like you can use you can use the coins to buy, basically like with a transaction, to buy like tangible goods. So like there are rewards that you can cash in for prize. That's all coming. It's a framework right now that's not at all finished. So we basically have the template for, hey, you can play games and it saves your score set up. Some of our games actually, like we've started a new system where the games will actually have like a saved system sort of database going on as well. So like the games that we're putting on there can actually have unlockables and hidden content that you open up by playing as well. So that stuff's coming, but it's taking. Yeah, I think we're at like 5 or 6. So I think that's the basis of like the core and what it's supposed to do. Now the rest of what you'll see on the website that's there right now is that we have exclusive content that only like registered, logged in people can see. There isn't a whole lot of that on there right now, but there are a few things that are squirreled away. There's also a community setup that was in the initial stages of being set up, but never really got up and going yet at this point. A forum, and there are basically like tutorial videos and educational setups for teaching people how to make their own games if they're into game design, because that was kind of our thing. We like to make games, so that's what we like to talk about. And then there's another site portion there for our online store, which will be partially game developer content. So like you may see that we have some 3D models there that are set up on the page, and those are purchasable, like set up eventually. Like you'll be able to buy the right to use those, buy a license to use those in game, like in a game that you're making, and that will be an available service where like pretty much anybody who makes 3D models will be able to upload their models to the website, and then basically set up like a store, sell their models through our website setup. And it won't just be models, but there might be like other assets like pixel art. At one point in time, we had about 25 people working. We've kind of dialed back quite a bit at this point, and I think the current team is running at usually between let's see, where are we at for the most part? Anywhere between like 4 to 5 people are working at any point in time, but like on various tasks. So like right now the team is quite a bit smaller than it was at one point in time. At any point in time we usually have 2 or 3 programmers working on games. We also have an artist or two, somebody on web, and then a couple content directors, basically people that are working on like, and sometimes people are multitasking as well. So it just depends on what's currently going on, what project. Steven is the primary owner and basically the inception of. He's the one that got this all started. I've been basically the creative director for quite a while. And Steven and I basically mash ideas back and forth and work on whatever we think is the best. He calls most of the ultimate shots, and I just kind of make sure that it goes the right direction. So that's kind of where we are at this point in time. Okay, so I cleaned it up. And if we were to color these by the number, that would be, that would turn them out pretty good. It would make the picture again. So, yeah, that Sizzlinbetta is Steven. So, yeah, so. Okay, so this is the basis for the page, and I'm going to save this right now. And this is slotted at 24. Yeah. So like this is slotted to be like a 24-page coloring book at the end of it, with activities. So this would be one of the pages. Now, like the theme of the book is focused around like teaching, giving kids activities and coloring, but also teaching kids about languages, because the book is Flicker in 4 Languages is the name of the coloring book itself. So we'll be focused on various languages, and I have to get the ratios down to make sure that we're kind of spreading it out evenly. So basically just kind of working on the content. So to give an idea of what the image actually looks like, let's see if I can bring it back up. I don't grab one. So when they color it, they fill in the squares, it'll basically make this on their page. Yeah, so like I mean, eventually the website's going to be a setup for people to compete with each other online, and there will be like real prizes, but it's also like it's heavily focused on game design as well. So like people that are interested in building games will be able to sell their assets there. There's going to be a community set up for people to like communicate with each other and work with each other and learn from each other. Um, so that's basically, like the plan. And eventually we will have that set up where people can compete with each other and bet against each other. So that will be a larger part of what's going on as well. All right, so this is Flickr character, and we're looking at all right, so we're gonna like kind of wind down a little bit for a moment. I'm gonna take a break here in just a few. I need to go up and get more water. The wife is offering to bring me some, but I'm gonna step up, and my little boy's been sick, so I'm gonna check on him when I go up. She says he's sleeping, but I want to see how he's doing, and then I will be back. We'll do that in just a minute. I wanted to make sure that this is like clear. So if anybody is just entering the stream, in about an hour and 15 minutes, we're gonna do a giveaway. And what the giveaway is, while you can see it, is what the Giddies are is these little animated sprites that you can see in the Giddy box on the screen. So that is a selection of some of the Giddies that we've done on stream. Each Giddy is made to look like the individual that won, and then the animation is based off of whatever they happen to want to be doing in their animations. So we had a few dancing Giddies that we've done. Particular dances, and then we had a few more like interesting approaches to what did this person want done, what did they want to see their character doing. So we've done 6 or 7 complete like Giddies on stream at this point. Tonight there will be another one, and if you enter, it could be you. So if you're going to be around for the creation of your sprite, you might say get some in the chat, and I'll enter you in, and then we'll use the random thing picker, and I will throw the names in. I'll hit the button, and whatever name it spits out at me, that's who will win. I don't know what he did with the website and his address, so I'm not sure what that setup is. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, so I am going to give myself a bit of a message here for people. Because we're going to do that in about an hour, and I want to refresh myself. Sorry about the noise. I banged my knee on my desk. So, I will return shortly. Okay, so coming back, just to refresh on where we were. This is, we've done a color by number. I took and created this sprite, which will be part of the page, and then I've gone in and created a number-based grid to go with it, and then on the actual like completed page, when I go ahead and set it up, the text will be down here, and the key to tell kids what to do with the colors will be here as well. The giveaway is for a Giddy, which is the little animated sprites that you see, the little tiny characters that are doing their things. That's what the giveaway will be. And basically what, if you say get some in the chat, that's your way of entering into the drawing, and whoever wins the drawing, I just basically put your name in a little software program that I've got. I put your name in and I hit the button and it spits one of the names that I put in out at random, and then whoever gets that, if you're still around when then we do the drawing in about an hour, then I make a character like that for you, of you or a loved one, as long as it's permission to do, because it is a sprite likeness of that individual. So basically we just create a sprite and then we animate it doing something that you would like done, within reason. It's got to be clean. We keep it clean. So that's basically what we do for that. And then, it will show up in some of our games doing its thing. And, that's basically it. That's what a Giddy is. That we've got one game that the Giddies are all in at this point, and there are going to be a few more projects down the road that the Giddies will show up in. And we've got one big project that the Giddies were actually created to match the sprite style that we made for that project that we've worked on that project with. So they can all go in that game, and they probably all will at some point in time show up in that game. So when we actually get that game out, if you've had a Giddy created of you, check that out, because you'll be hidden characters throughout the game project that you'll find. So alright, so getting back to it. So basically we've got our color by number set up here. That was the one page that I had slated to do. I wasn't sure how long it was going to take me. This isn't the completed page. It isn't actually like the actual page format size. But I'm going to go ahead and put my color grid in here, and just as for my notes, that way when I do actually finish the page out, I can take and it'll be a quick fix for me to set that up the rest of the way. I see a tiny mistake here that I need to fix. No big deal. Oh, wrong color. Just the alignment, basically. And I gotta bring it down. Sometimes my internet is incredibly fast, and I don't have my computer doesn't have any trouble running any of the software that I've got going on. So and I'm not on a delay at all, so I'm running in like I think 15 seconds or 30 seconds is the base Twitch standard delay. Like you can't run any faster than that. So like I'm running at like peak of what I can get doing this, so it's not going to be an internet issue or something I'm doing that is having a problem. So it could either be Twitch struggling if everybody's getting it, or it could be It could just be your internet maybe, or you're having something going on there. You're doing I can to run at the best performance that I can. So we've had problems with people saying they were getting a lot of buffering, in the past though, and I've actually seen the stream have buffering from my computer to watching the stream, where it was doing interesting things. So it happens. Alright, so basically what I'm doing now is I'm just grabbing all the numbered blocks. I'm going to set up a key grid over here so that when I do finish out this page later and set it up for the actual layout in the book, that I'll have a key that'll be easy for me to just readily use on the page. Now again, this coloring book is slated for 24 pages, and this would be one of 24. So we're going to be working on this coloring book for quite a while. I don't know if we can get a page done or two done a day. We'll make good time on it. I don't know. We have been doing game development, and I usually make live action pixel art. You guys get to see me do real pixel art the rest of the way through. But when we get going on this, after I get more of the pages lined out and decide on what order they're going to go in and exactly what all the pages are going to be, we'll be able to fly through these coloring book pages a lot faster. This one was a little bit more complex, but it was easy enough because I knew what it was going to be. So I started on it even though it was going to take me a while. Alright, so this one was 1. And I keep forgetting that 8 is black. So we'll just do that. This one was 4. Whoops. Pretty sure this was 6. And I know that 3 was the white. Yellow is 2. And 7 was the dark green. Whoops. Okay. And then this would be 5. Alright, so there's our key. I'm going to fix the 8 now since it's wonky. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to color the actual 8. I'm going to do something, whoops. Just grab a color. Then I'll color it white and do that. Okay, so that's our color grid. I think the page is looking okay. I'm going to look at something real quick. Yeah, okay. I think I could do something like that pretty easily. right now because I don't have my program set up, but I am eyeballing a new page setup here. Then we're going to do, I'm looking at a new activity. Oh yeah, I might do one of these. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start a new page setup. I'm just basically looking at what do they call those? I don't remember what they're called, but basic. I'm gonna go do something real quick. I'm gonna open a Flickr page. I gotta find the right folder. So this is Flickr, and we have a game called Flickr's Quest. So basically, okay. Basically just gonna line out some pages. So what do they call this kind of page? What I'm looking for is a description of what this is. Okay. Whoops. Okay, so our next step is I don't know how well this will work in my pixel program. I don't know. We'll look and we'll see. Let me bring up. Sorry, I'm just taking a second to figure out where my notes are on this. Here we go. All right, let's see. I don't know how well this will work. I haven't really used this program with my tablet before in any way that I could get it to work. I mean, I've worked with the tablet some, but I haven't really. Oh, I'm gonna turn this around. I haven't really worked in Pixel with it much. So we'll see. Oops. Okay. Oh boy. I'm not used to not being able to see what I'm doing, so. Practicing here. Whoops. Okay. All right. That's kind of big. Let's do this. Yeah, there we go. All right, let me see where we're at with this. That's terrible. Man, my lines. Let's get a little closer. Might be easier to do. Let's bring this out more. Clean this one up. So, not as well versed at working with this software with this tablet setup, so it's kind of messy. We'll get there though. I'll sharpen it later. Alright, so working on this guy. He's a frog. So, yep, 41 minutes. Yeah, okay. Hmm. Okay. So let's see where we are. That's a little bit too thick, too big. Whoa, that a little wonky. You can tell that I don't work outside of the pixel level very often, because my tablet skills are not as precise as I would like them to be today. Alright, so now this page we're working on now, yeah, it's a frog, is gonna be a I'm gonna do one of those like fill in the dot things where I'm gonna draw the image and then I'm gonna break it up and take out chunks of it and put dots, number the dots, and they follow the dots to complete the image. So just gonna work on this for a little while and see how far we get. A little slow because my tablet precision is not very great right now. I need to practice more with it. I haven't used it in so long, and then I'm on a new setup too, so it's like my lines are really sloppy. All right. Okay. See if I can get this. Ooh. That felt really sharp. Constantly looking back and forth between my monitors because I've got one zoomed out, one zoomed in, and then I bounce back and forth on this that I'm looking at, so it's fun. Okay, let's see how this turned out. Big belly. Fat belly. Come back up here. Maybe not quite so sharp. Okay. Then Yeah. And I'm honestly really not sold on his hand, especially this one. Um, I kind of wanted his fingers bent, and I think, you know, if I were to color it, I think that the coloring would fix that. I'm so used to working with colors, I feel like I rely on colors a lot of the time to fix proportional drawing, and I think what I need to do is something like this, and then maybe I got an idea. Oops. That finger looks broken. Okay, so I think what I need to do to fix this is basically that. I'm not used to the pressure sensitivity of the tablet yet, so sometimes my lines come really thick. I want to round this more. I feel like that one's like really big. He's got one fat finger. Let's just fix this. There we go. Good. I feel like that did a lot to fix, except maybe the angle of the hand here is a little wobbly. There we go. Okay, so working on this. I don't know how I feel about over here, what we're on. I mean, I like the angle. Not sure I like where we're at with the leg, though. Okay, I swung that up pretty heavily. That wasn't exactly my intention there. We don't need that now. This could actually go just a little higher. That's probably way too much. Okay. Looks kind of massive, but it won't look as massive here in a moment. Maybe. Although I did take this too far here. So that was a bad angle. We want to go more like this, I think. We'll see what we end up with. Oops. It's a really, really thick. Crap, I made his leg massive. Alright, so let's shorten this up a bit. fix that one. This one's a little... bleh. Alright, back to this guy. Where are we at on the time? 15 minutes till the giveaway. So we'll just see how it, how it plays out. I'll try to remember. Pretty focused on my crappy tableting skills at the moment. Trying to get back to where I am. Clean up. Interesting fact to anybody that's seen me pixel art before. I'm left-handed, but when I pixel with my right hand because I use a mouse. Although I have tried and I'm capable of using the mouse on my left hand. So when I work with the tablet, I tend to be doing a combination of both. So like I have a hand on the mouse and a hand on the stylus, and I switch back and forth constantly while I'm working with which device I'm using. Which I'm not quite sure if I feel like it's helping right now. A lot of this is just cleaning up now. Right, let's see where we are with... kind of want more of a straight line coming off the toe. I don't really want to angle it in like that. Whoa. Welcome. Instead, is that what that says? Yeah. If you want into the drawing, I mean, you said get some. That's for the giddy that's coming up. We're gonna be doing that in about 5-10 minutes. We're gonna do the drawing. So if you want in for the giddy, say it again. Get some, and I'll throw you in there. I want to make sure. I don't know. I don't want to have a drawing for people that I don't want people in the drawing. Put people in the drawing if they don't know what they're in there for. I don't want them to. So if you want in, I'll put you in there. Maybe not. Okay, what am I doing? Let me look and see who all's here still. Yeah, we got some people here still, so I'll go ahead and put you in. Random thing selector. It's almost time. We're going to be doing the giveaway in about 5 minutes. I gotta remember where I was at. What am I doing? Working on the frog. Okay, so we need another, like right about here, I guess. See how we feel about this. Oh, that was way bad. Let's get in there closer. Bad. I got a feeling I'm gonna have to bring all this in. Okay, we got a couple minutes left and then we're going to do the drawing. I'm going to pull this because I don't like the way it's all lining up. pull this down to there. And we'll bring this down with it to, you know. So just clean up these bad lines. Okay. Back to this. Oh, got a few bad spots to clean up real quick. So I don't know. I need to back up and look and see the proportions. This leg is still really, really big compared to the other. We want to pull this a little bit this way. So I need to grab all of this to there and connect it like right there, I think. Whoops. Wrong color. Alright, it's 9 o'clock. We're going to do that drawing here in just a second. Is anybody currently watching? Would they like to be entered into the drawing? This is your last chance. If you do want to be into the drawing, if you'd like to participate and have your chance at becoming a giddy, now would be the time to say get some in the chat. If you haven't done so already and you would like to enter, please throw out the get somes and we will see who all is here. We'll do the drawing. I'll put your name in the machine. It pops out. We see what happens. And then we get to create a new sprite, which is always loads of fun. Just cleaning up sloppy lines. That's a really, this one needs cleaned up here. Sean, and yeah, I got him. I put him in. So we've got just another minute or two and then I'll do the drawing. I just want to give anybody that is here that hasn't entered a chance, and then we'll switch over to working on another giddy. Okay, we're getting close. I don't know how I feel about this leg. It still feels kind of big, but I'm sure once I get the foot in, it'll feel more appropriate. Or not, and then I'll have to adjust. Feeling a little bit more comfortable with the tablet now, but I'm still having quite a bit of trouble with the sensitivity. Like I'm just not used to how hard I have to push to get a thin line and how hard to push to get a thick line. So sometimes I'm moving along and suddenly my line gets way thicker, and it makes everything it needs more attention, and then we gotta clean it up. Oops, wrong color. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do that drawing now. And then we'll be working on a Giddy for the next, well, I don't know how long it'll take for sure. They tend to take, well, they take however long they take, depending on what the and how difficult the sprite is. We've had some interesting challenges come up on the sprites. All right. Yeah, that leg definitely needs more work. Okay, so let me open up my Giddy page, my construction page for Giddies. It's been a while since we popped one open. Oh, that's if I remember correctly, we had actually started a new Giddy construction page. Where did I put that? Oh, I remember. Yep. Okay. Getting that open. We're going to go ahead and do the drawing. And we had started working on a new page, so it's kind of sloppy here. This is from Boy with a Stick and his animation frames that we created to go with it. Okay. Drawing time. So if you've been waiting, we're going to go ahead and do this. And we're going to do a drawing, and we'll come up with whoever wins. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 people right now entered. I'm going to hit the button, and we'll see who pops up. And we got Beans. Beans is the winner. So sorry to anybody who missed out, but there's always next week. So we'll see. I need to get a hold of Beans, who is still here. If you can get me a picture either through Steven or get me a Facebook image, get me something so that I know what to look for, what to look at. I can set it up and we'll get started working on that just as soon as I get an image. So we'll give you a minute to respond. If you don't respond to me within the next few minutes, I will go ahead and cycle the drawing again, and we'll go with somebody else that answers quickly because we don't want to sit and wait too long. Yeah, I know he is. I'm just waiting. I assumed he was because you said he was there with you, so we'll need to get some sort of image. I've got my Skype muted and turned down, so I'll turn it back on, and if I can get in there. So we are waiting on an image to work on for a Giddy. It's one of my favorite parts of the night. Actually, the animation is usually the most fun part because I have to figure out how to make this little thing move. Yeah, we're waiting. It's okay. Rush. I just want to make sure that we're not talking to nobody and waiting indefinitely. So as soon as I see a something to work with, we will move forward with that. Just waiting on an image to pop up, and then we can get started on it. So we'll get started here in just a second. We're just getting our reference image set up so that we can continue. Boy with the sticks firing away. Boy with a Stick was the last winner that we had. We got to do a nice sprite for him. It was a fun animation to do a stick like a sword. You might see going on down in the corner. So again, we're just kind of waiting. Guess I can take down the take this down now. While we're waiting. So again, we're just kind of waiting on that image. Yep, I got it. I'm waiting. As soon as he gets it to me, there it is. Okay, all right. Let me get this set up. All right, we got our image. Now I gotta get it set up. We'll make sure that it's working right. Add image. Beans. All right, here's our reference image. We're gonna resize it some. So it fits the screen better. I think we're working on, I think he is the individual on the right. So we'll make sure that this is set up there. Yeah, I enjoyed that. That was fun. I like to play around. Okay, so are you the individual in the white shirt in this picture then? Steven said on the right, which is interpretable in two different ways. I would assume he meant my right, which is the individual in the white. So just making sure before. I don't want to mess up here and get the wrong dude. Yeah, okay. All right, so we are working on now we get to do a giddy of this guy. Alrighty. Fun time begins. Looking for a point of reference for size. Alright, so I want to go with I like to give myself a bit of a yeah. I forgot where I was at with this. Okay, single pixel. And this is just a gauge for height for me. So that I can use that to set myself up. Alright, let's see. Looking at it's alright, we're off and running. Okay, so giddy time. Maybe the best part of the night. Who knows? Get a little closer here. I want to make sure I'm not inside the reference. Sometimes I've done that in the past and people have reminded me not on screen when I'm working, so I need to check. Alright, so giddies are kind of a templated build on their bodies. They have some proportions are pretty exact for every giddy. They have very similar shapes, which is part of the style. And then incredibly tall, or perhaps short. We make a few adjustments to key portions of the body to give them that appearance of being tall or short. Now, the one thing about giddies that is difficult is that some giddies, well, giddies are naturally a bit thick. The way that their body is designed makes them kind of thick. So, just as a point, it's difficult to portray 3, 4, 5. Okay, I was counting pixels. It is difficult to portray fat or round on their bodies. It's difficult to portray anything that projects outward width-wise. So like it would be difficult to portray somebody that was incredibly round, somebody that was incredibly or like thin. It's very difficult because like Boy with a Stick was very thin. Lanky would be a good word for his body shape, and it was a bit difficult figuring out, like, he ended up not looking so thin because, like, the Sprite, they are naturally not thin. They're kind of designed to feel a little round. Alright, so basically what I'm doing at the moment is I'm kind of like blocking out the shape of the body that I'm going to use for him. I'm going with the thinnest setup that I can go with to start with. By the reference photo, he looks like a thin individual. He also looks, I can't really tell, there isn't a whole lot of reference for height in the photo, so I can't tell how tall he is. But he doesn't look incredibly tall, so I'm going to give him the average height, which on a giddy, 1 pixel is like several inches variations, so he's just going to be kind of right in the middle. He's wearing a t-shirt, so we get to do the t-shirt build for the arms. which we usually do a bit of a... Once I get to the color portion of it, things will come together really quickly. But I'm trying something a little different. The process for making giddies was not really pioneered fully, so I guess the best how can I say this, technique, if that makes sense. It's just been something I've been working on. Like, we do these, and it's kind of an ongoing process. So, like, if I figure out a new way to do it, I might change my method a little bit as I go. Alright, so we've got our basic frame here. 5'8". Okay, yeah. I was kind of thinking 5'9"-ish. You looked about average human being height, so that works. Okay. Steve, huh? What is Steven anyway? Like 5'4", 5'3", 4'1", 3.5 even? I don't know how tall he is. Steven's just a little guy. All right. I'm gonna guess blue jeans for pants. Is that correct? I can start with the white shirt. Dun, dun, dun. So we'll go white on the shirt. I'll give myself a highlight color here. And a shade. Do some shade here. Shade there. Oops. Maybe not so much shade there. Got some of this green stuff on his shirt. I'm gonna just kind of... I don't know if I want to go that far. Go like that. He's got a bunch of what appears to be a writing, and I can't really tell what it is from the photo, but it doesn't really matter that much. You can just do a bunch of this kind of stuff here. I can't get a lot of detail onto a Giddy's clothing. It's difficult to do. So that, and goes up around like this. Okay. Sometimes we have to back up and have a look and see what we've got so far. That looks okay. I'm probably going to have to bring in another gray shade, a darker. I don't want to go too dark because that could mess things up. But I do want something to convey a darker shade, since I'm digging into, like, I'm using that blue tone for another shade. There, I think that works out really well. Okay, so then we need we'll go with the standard skin tone that I've been using for most of them. I may have to because of the white shirt, I think I'm going to have to do a deeper contrast and give him a darker skin tone, because it's making his the white shirt is not allowing the skin tone that I've been using to stand out very well. So what I will do is I will go with a more no. Grab the wrong slider. There, a more fleshy color. Oh, and I went with the darkish tone first. Let's do this one. And we'll go up to about 109. And that's just a highlight tone. And then we'll pull down to a shade and we'll go at about a 90, like 100 and maybe 100 even on that color. Basically, I'm adjusting the saturation, which saturation level is how much gray there is in a color. So basically, to bring the saturation down, you would add more gray to it, and I'm just kind of framing out the shape of your head here. It's not a so again. To desaturate something, you add gray to it. To saturate something, you would take more gray out. So you would add more of the actual color. So if you were going with like a gray, you wanted to desaturate a gray, and like in art, the more gray you add, the less it will stand out. So it'll fall back into the background the more gray you have. The more saturated a color is, the easier it will be for it to stand out. Alright, so I think the colors we have now are working. I still want to pull this down some. Whoa, that was way too much. Let's see where we are. Okay, that works great. Good. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so where we're at now is we're working on I haven't done blue jeans in a while. I think I made him a little bit leggy. I had the last time. That's okay. Doesn't hurt anything. All right. Do you have any specific shoes that you tend to wear? It's got brown here. This is a really, really like saturated brown. I want to take that down. Nikes. Color? Color helps. Red and gray. Okay. That helps. Thank you. Alright. It's got very dark. I need to move his eyes down because he has very pronounced eyebrows. And those are going to have to carry. I think I'm going to have to stretch his head one taller because I am lacking any space for expression. For the nose, for any of that stuff. Okay. Now we've got room for this. And what are we doing for his mouth? Thin lips. Pursed. We'll go... We gotta go darker than that, though. Alright, where are we at so far? Okay. So, we can use this color. Oh, did I grab the wrong color? And then we need a red. We say... That'll work for that one. Is this one big enough? Can I fit it in? I don't think so. Not the same way. Well, that'll do. Okay, so we've reached the point at which now I review. I need to like shade his hair a little bit. And get the colors down on that. Okay. Well, my own opinion is that the only thing I could do to improve would be to thin his face, but I feel like that would be challenging his appearance naturally. Okay, so let's see where we're at with the spinny dance. What do you mean by the spinny dance? Is that a particular dance that you mean, or is it one of the dances that you see the other giddies do? Something unique for you? The spinny dance. Let's see. Okay. You want to do the same animation? Okay. Alright then. Let's see if we can spin that one up a little bit. Alright. So let's, first and foremost, let's save this. And then we will look at the Mara strip. That's the wrong one. Okay, let me get this set up here. Because if you want that exact dance, I'll have to look and see what I did for the last one. Dun, 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 dun. That way I can get the frames right for you. Okay, so I'm pretty sure there are 24 frames in total. And then they're flipped. But I'm pretty sure the actual animation doesn't have nearly that many, so let's break this down real quick. Now most of this animation I made off stream because we only got through about 8 frames, but then to make the actual animation fluid and rolling, she's actually disco dancing. So alright, so then we enlarge this by 64. That's usually the way I'd. All right. So, first things first, we got to fix your arm. Take it out. All right. Alright, so we're animating now. He asked to have the disco dance done. So we are going to give him the disco dance. He needs more arm. I feel like I'm going to have to extend this just yeah. Alright, so I'm going to take that just a little bit higher. Otherwise it gets kind of weird. Alright. Did this arm move at all? I don't think so, but the legs gotta move. So, gotta give him that whole like pop going on to his legs. This whole leg's gotta come up. But I think we cut it off right here. Okay, so now we have to give him some. I have to shift him because her. Do. Let's give that a little bit more. Whoa. That's not what we wanted to do. Alright, so we can throw this like that, and I can even give this one more like this because I feel like his arm would be longer. And we can go back, back, back. So okay. Now this leg needs to be more pronounced. I need to change the color on his shoes so I can work with it. They're a little too dark to really do anything with. Oh, I've done something wrong here. Oh. Uh-oh. That's why. All right, so again, like I mentioned, I am changing the color of his shoes so that I can work with it, because the color I would... So fixing that, then we can get back to animating. I honestly think there are only about 8 total frames. I'm not really 100% sure in this animation which frames are which, or how far they go. So, like, what I mean by that is that I don't, like, the full animation is a lot. It's like 40 something frames, but the actual animation doesn't have like that many unique frames to it. There are quite a few that are significantly different than that. You know, there are quite a few that are repeats in the animation. So let's give him just a little bit more pop to his knee. Wouldn't that be fun? We'll see if we can give it just a little bit more. If I do that, I feel like this has to go back even further, though. Yeah. Let's bring this up. Or back more. That's too much. This, and we'll just... Yeah. Alright, so... But I feel like that leg has to come forward too. Or it looks like it's too, like, bent. There we go. There. Hello. Sorry, I didn't notice you were there. So, we are working on animating Beans, who won the giveaway tonight. So, he wanted to have the same disco dancing animation that we had from another previous iteration. So, we are repeating some of that animation. Although his sprite's different enough that we can get quite a bit of uniqueness to his. Even though it's the same animation basis, we're gonna give him his own little like pop to it, you know? Make sure it's got its own. I may even be able to get his hip pump even more exaggerated than usual, which I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. Let's see what that looks like. I think we're going to make it pop more, so we'll use that hip thrust in this one. And we'll pull this back. Make his pop more than hers did. Alright, now where are we at with this? More there. Yeah. And then we bring the arm down. Let's see what we got here. So we come up. Yeah, I don't think I can stretch his arm that far. It just doesn't work. Okay, what are we looking at here? Bam. Gotta bring the hip in again. we go. All right, now we get to start repeating frames. Where are we at? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we might experiment with taking a frame or two out of this and see. I feel like that arm is just still too long. We'll see though. I mean, it might work. It might not feel like a mutant thing going on. Let's have to look and see how noticeable it is when we pull it back. All right. Now we get to the fun part. I think I want to exaggerate this frame just a little. All right. Where are we at and what do we have left? Because it is not happy. My shoulder. Okay. Ready to continue. We got 2 hours left. Let's save this again before we mess something up. Alright, let's take... Alright, so I get focused sometimes and forget that I should be talking about what I'm doing. Basically, I'm rotating the body now. Something a lot of people do when they first start working with pixel art is they'll try to make shortcuts with like animations by well, rather than doing the right thing and I didn't see your request. What request are you referring to? I'm not sure what you're referring. Again, what a lot of people will do is they'll start by trying to just twist the body around and like rotate things rather than redrawing, and what you really need to do is get like a good sense of the anatomy of the character that you're working on. You don't have to do things like fiddle for a length of time trying to get the sprite to look the way you want it to. Ask you could draw me pixels and I can link a picture. Oh, well, I don't. What we typically do is a giveaway, and the giveaway tonight, like we had a contest, and the winner of the contest, which was it was a drawing tonight, but we do things like this typically. So like the winner of the contest tonight was this individual here. Stream, we give one away. So I'm not really sure how to respond to you at this point, because this is a promotional thing that we do, and I don't want to say no, but at the same time I don't want to tell you that we can't, because under the right circumstances we can. We just gotta see where we're at with this one, because we're only gonna stream for so long tonight, and then we'll see where we're at. Oh, it's okay. We'll just see where it's at. You follow the stream, and next time it can be you. Just have to be here the next time when we do our drawing. Oh, this is atrocious. Wow, that's really bad. I don't know. Maybe maybe it'll be a learning experience for you. And through perseverance, you will learn to enjoy waiting by reaping the benefits of patience. Yeah, we've had people that have been trying to get the win for like weeks and weeks, and they still haven't got it yet. So, 13 with autism. Well, I applaud you for your enthusiasm and your ability to try to get what you want. Perseverance is a good thing. Tenacity is a large part of that. So, can't fault you there. Oh, I'm not worried about it, Stephen. It's fine. Mm-hmm. I like the way this is shaped. So we're going to take it like this. Fix the colors. You liking it? Is it good? I'm gonna have to set it up on. Experimenting with this hip swivel. I think we need more shirt down here. Yeah, that should have stayed like it was. Dun, 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 dun. I need to check it out. I want to know, is it good? Everybody keeps acting like it's really nice. So I was actually thinking about setting it up. I just hadn't done it yet. I was talking about it earlier today, setting it up on my laptop. Oh, that's too much. What am I doing? This needs to happen though. I don't think that's gonna work. It's gonna have to be that way. And then, yeah, like, okay, so here's what's gonna go down. We're gonna use some clever shading. You like it? Yeah, that's the one reason. But I was gonna put it on the laptop, so I wasn't like super worried about the bugs. I was more thinking about um, you know, trying it out. I wouldn't mind putting it on my desktop because honestly, I'm not enjoying Windows 8. So, uh-oh. NVIDIA drivers, but it has been fixed. Other than everything seems to be working as intended. Of course, they finally updated their software. Oh. I'm trying to remember what my graphics card is. On my other computer, it was an NVIDIA. And I was like, NVIDIA, and I was like, uh-oh. But I think that on this computer, it's not. I think that I would be safe on this computer. I need more whirl. Oops. Sometimes you can use anatomy to give you a good solid base, and then you no, and then sometimes you can't. You can use it to shortcut if you have it. Okay, the one thing I'm noticing about this is, I mean, it's okay, but I don't feel like it's set up properly. And then I need to move that over one and up. Oh. And then take out this. Ugh, not liking the arm. There we go. And then we need a couple good legs. Whoops. Here we go. And then something like this. That's no good. All right, let's see. Okay. So what we do now is we save this. Oops. and then we extend it by, well, we double it in size, essentially. I think. Let me open the other one again. If I can find it. 1504. Alright, and that puts me at, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Three more frames. Let's have a look at how I did this. Okay, I just repeated them. And then I did the whole thing in reverse. 1, 2, 3. Well, okay then. That looks awful. Alright, I think we're at the point that we can test this. honestly think that I can take this frame, take those out, put this one in, and then we get the fun part. How many frames did we end up with? 46. That's a lot of frames. Okay, so okay. Now we're going to be busy for just a bit. We're just going to be cropping frames. Takes a bit, and then I can make an actual animation that I can stick on the website or on the stream for people to see. Alright, just splitting this up so it's easier for me to keep track of what number I'm on. So that way I don't have to constantly be keeping track of where I'm at. We'll be able to run this test here pretty quick. See if I need to change anything on a couple of the frames. Don't know. Depends on how smooth it turns out. if it looks like it has problems, or if it's chunky in ways. I got a pretty good, I mean, I based it off of another, so I wasn't too concerned with it being awful or having a whole lot of problems. I mean, I was making improvements along the way, so. $13, $14, $15, $16. $17. Yeah. So we're basically just cropping and saving a lot of individual frames so that it's easy for me to pick out which frame needs attention. And make quick, easy changes to it. But also so that I can, toy with the GIF animation very quickly and make changes to the entire thing by simply swapping out a file rather than resetting up an animation. I've found that it's faster for me to do it this way than a lot of the other methods that I've seen. It takes a little bit more time at the beginning to get it set up, but then you have a folder of files. You can make changes, you can load the entire set of frames in separately. Where are we at? 26, 27. 5, 26, 27, 28. Nine. Animations that are this big, they can take a little while to set up. You can have problems with the speed because you've got so many frames. But I've created animations that had more than 100 frames. I guess I've seen worse. $31, $32, $33, $34. $35. $36. $37. We're getting closer now. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 36. Alright, so I gotta change to, because I forgot to change to set a transparency. Then we can do see how bad it is, if it is. So now I'm just inputting the frames in the order that I want them. I tend to add an extra frame on that cycle just because. Almost done. Alright, let's see how this looks like. Okay. Well, I don't think it looks too bad. I've certainly seen, I feel like it's an improvement over the original animation in this format. So we will save that. I will put it up on the stream. Okay, so let's have a look. There we have it. What do we think? You like? All right, so I'm going to take another break real quick. mostly because I need to use the bathroom. I will be back in just a few moments, and we will continue with the stream. We'll go right back to working on Mr. Frog. So I will be right back. Alright, so we are coming back to it. We've done another setup here. So okay. We want to round this. We want to get back into our toad here, our fatty frog. Get my setup back. Give me just a moment here. All right. So, back to the frog. I feel like, number one, this eye needs to be bigger. Okay, so let's just trim this a little bit, because the line's just a little thick in places. Oh, that was a little much. Alright, so basically we're just cleaning up a little here before we get back into new territory. Okay. I guess I should move this down. We'll leave him there for now. It's probably a good place for him. Alright, let's see about finishing up this guy. The problem is, we don't have a whole lot of room for what's left. I think that's because this leg needs to come in. just working on this frog, finishing him up. I need to make this toe thicker here. Ugh. I have to take a call. It's kind of an emergency. Hold on. What's up? Sorry about the interruption. I had a family call, something I couldn't. When I saw who it was calling me at this time of night, I had to take the call. So I need to talk to Steven for a moment. As soon as he gets a hold of me, we will be able to continue. I'm gonna put Mr. Frog back up so we can look at him. He's getting pretty close to done. Let me finish up his toe here. I just want to get his because we're pretty much there. And I feel like we're on the verge. Okay, and what this page is going to be is it's going to be one of those it's going to be one of those sort of like pages where the number line is broken, that half the image is missing, and it's numbers and the kids follow the dots. Okay. So, I got a hold of Steven. I kind of have like a family emergency. So I'm going to be leaving the stream just a little earlier. It's only like 45 minutes earlier than I would have closed it up anyway. But, you know, I was going to go ahead and take the line chunks out of the frog. But the frog is at a point where he's, you know, he's pretty close to done. He's pretty much done. The only thing left would be, you know, maybe some details, some detail work on his body, some spots, things like that. We do have a line here we could throw in of his fat back there, and then maybe just a line here to show the rest of his belly bulge. And you know, we'll continue from there the next time. We're gonna be working on this coloring book for a while. This is going to be the end of the stream. Maybe Steven will pop in if he wants and continue on. And that to me. But that's going to be it for me. I don't have much of a delay, so Steven, if you want to jump right in about 15 seconds, it'll be open. Otherwise, good night, guys. Sorry for cutting off unexpectedly without much of a warning. We got our giddy done, so there's that, and we're going to be on our way. Good night. I'll be back on next Thursday, so we will continue.